should be good, and I'm looking over and have not prepped my paper towel at all. Very, very me. Also can't see any screens that I need to be able to see right. Okay. Like everything's good. And it's just... Alright, let's go live and immediately have car alarms going off outside. How's that for? How's that for a successful start to the stream? God. Not what I thought was going to be happening first thing. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started. We're working on the plague tank today. I don't know how exciting this is going to be. Because I don't know how far along we're going to get. I do know what I want to get done. I just don't know how much of that is going to happen. Alright. Just thinking shit through. I can't open this. There we go. Okay, that's something. You don't hear any music. Well, it's at a very soft point right now. But I can turn it up a little bit. Turn it to about... It's very, very soft right now. So I don't know. I don't know if I keep turning it up how smart that'll be, just because. Okay. The tank treads. I need to work on the tank treads. I thought about doing it off stream, but I realized I hadn't done any of it on stream, so do just a little bit of it while actually on stream. So I thought would be the best decision. Let's click over here, see how many bots we got in the chat. Oh, there's only 4 bots in the chat. Okay. That's nice. Alright, so I've decided a while ago, because like I said, I already done part of the tank off stream. Just so that I could get it painted and varnished and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. A spot where I could still hold it. Because I can't put this on a handle or anything like that. I could use a method that I used on a previous tank I've done. And in theory, that would have worked out. But I didn't want to get out a whole bunch of blue tack and chopsticks and hold this in the most jank way I could. And then still run the risk of... Oh, can't see very well. Little dim. Really? Another way would go up. I think actually just casting more shadows. Let's see. Bump it up. Yeah, you can see it a little bit better. I guess. Alright, so yeah, we're doing the tank treads. So they're already this bronze color on the underside. Now, what's actually visible when it's just sitting. And hopefully not do it too thin like I did when I was originally doing this. Because I really fucked up. When I originally did this, I thinned it down too much and I did it 4 times. Wasn't that great. this stuff, even when just barely thin, already has. Which, I mean, I use the dark bronze. I don't know why I chose the dark bronze over the regular bronze, because from what I can tell, I could be wrong, but usually I can tell color differences in paints once they're better than most people, and the bronze and the dark bronze Pro are so incredibly similar, it's almost like there's not worth. Now between bronze and light bronze, absolutely, those are very dark bronze and the bronze near identical. Why did my screen just flash? Are we still good? Yeah, we look still good. Okay. That was just, I guess it was just a weirdness. Or not. I don't know. I can't tell. I have an iPad here so I can monitor the stream and I can monitor chat. I'm seeing flashes out of the corner of my eye. I don't know if that's a real thing or if that's just me being crazy. Probably just a me being crazy thing. Because I've been so paranoid the past few days about stream quality just plummeting out of nowhere. Mostly because we had so many camera issues for days. And then last night we lost power, which reset everything in the camera. So there's that also had to get never-ending cycle of fixing the camera. I should probably do the treads. Smart thing to do because you can see them. Don't really want to, but I'm gonna. Yeah. That part of the tread needs to be done as well. Visible it needs. I may end up having to. Sorry, the pain is just. These are not the hard to reach spots. The hard to reach spots are in the actual plow front treads. Here, those are going to be the hard parts. Okay. Built this more so y'all can see. Yeah, you just kind of see me sticking a brush in. So you can see it. Change face. Actually see what I'm doing. Not well, you can't see it well. See what I'm doing. Mostly see what I'm doing. Yeah. This is actually cramping my wrist. Not a whole lot. Oh, you see some green side panels that I need to go in and do a better job with. Oh, that hurts the wrist. Yes. More bots in this system? I don't know. Looking at that, you can just barely make it out on stream because it's a metallic. You can see some of the green that I need to go in there and coming out as well as it needs to. Switch over to the other side. I have a good way of holding the model. Get this. Not gonna rub away. I'm upset about it. Very upset. See it. Hold it. Probably doing work that no one's ever gonna actually look at. We'll be able to see it, and that is what matters. Thought I saw something happen on screen. Guess I'm wrong. We're gonna end up dirtying up a lot of this. There's a lot of work that's gonna have to get done in this tank. I usually don't do a whole lot of weathering with my plague stuff, but this guy, it's so big, so little on it, and with that, yeah, I'm gonna probably end up doing a lot of weathering on several different rust effects. I'll be doing a lot of grease, grime, dripping down it. This is all stuff that I should go ahead and paint anyways. Move that finger. I don't imagine that there would be a lot of rust on the treads themselves, though. These things are staying active. Wouldn't be a lot of reason for that. Might just be a situation with some brighter metallic highlights. Reinforce. Not necessarily. I mean, if I was doing pigment, I don't really have a pigment color that I like or that matches any of the base colors that I have. I would use for this. But you know, if I don't finish this stream, which there's a high likelihood of me not finishing, then I could go out and get some. I still don't think that I will. I don't do a lot of pigment. Good. I'd rather dedicate that to actual paint models. That was just a trick of the light. I thought I saw a hair, but it's a trick of the light. Another section. Looking really thin on the other side now. Back over here. This. Still seeing a lot of primer shining through. It's really screwing these little spikes. I feel like there should be. I feel like whenever I'm looking at them, there's a little spot that's not getting any paint. Whenever I go over, it's a matter of the texture. Really bizarre. Not happy about that. Also noticing first, not very even. Definitely. Okay. It's drying up. Primer's still there. We're gonna let it dry a little bit longer. Try to get these treads in the front and notice that there's a big splotch of green that I brush this real quick. Not seeing any names that I recognize. That's okay. Don't have to recognize folks who will be hopping in and watching the stream. Oh. Instant red. How do I... So super easy. And I'm gonna probably have to do some cleanup around it. If I get it on a spot that's just already just the primer, that's fine. Getting somewhere I've already. I foresee me getting this. Now I'm seeing more green that I didn't lay down the other day. Alright, well. Annoying as that is, that's really hard to see. Just being able to see. Trying to get this just a little peeking through over here. Very difficult to get what's screwing up. I mean, I've already got some green I've got to clean up, but that's kind of to be expected. Clean up in a spot that's already to apply paint. Okay. I'm getting water all over the plague cannon. Water. Down there, builder. Okay. Well, we can work with that for the time being. Go and do another coat. Left side set of track. And where to go from there. Definitely needs. There we go. I don't know if y'all can see the difference of what I'm doing. All looks pretty much the same to you. Trying to give you eyes on what I'm doing. There either. Got a little bit on the plow on that. There. Get a little more. I'm really worried. This is right here is where I'm worried about whenever I go to do the green. Really worried it's change. That little. Good there. All right, I think we're good with the treads from. Of course, this. Looking at these sides, I kind of see. It all. This is spots where I had varnished already. But we're gonna ignore it. Oh. Like I said, I can kind of see primer showing through. That's bad. Don't want primer showing. It does give a little bit tension. Not the really honestly. So I have a Discord that I'm a part of that's from my local area. It does a contest every month. Does a painting contest every month. You're allowed one entry. You have to submit all your own photos. You're only allowed to submit one photo, but it can be a collage. And sometimes there's a theme. Very seldomly have I been seeing themes. So really for like the last 6 months. So I'm betting, because they haven't announced the rules yet for this month. But this is likely going to be my entry into the contest for this month. So I'm going to be paying a little bit extra care to it than I usually do. Usually I'll spend like 4 or 5 hours on a model and I'll be done with it. It'll look good enough to me. I don't know how other people are going to feel about it, but they'll usually look good enough to me. I'll be happy with the model. But if I'm doing one of my competition pieces, I usually like to put a little bit more effort into them. Last month I did the Octron model that we did on stream last week, but that was mostly just because I hadn't actually dedicated any time to the contest yet. Like I didn't really like that. I knew it wasn't going to win the contest. It didn't even come anywhere close to placing. But I did want to get at least an entry in. I had not taken any. I had done with the Forge World version of Mortarion. I honestly probably should have entered that as the contest piece because a few days on it. But in the end, I wasn't totally happy with that model. To the point that I don't even think I shared it with that Discord. Yeah, like I said, it wasn't really up to snuff for me. Okay. Now I know there's places where I need green that I have no green. I'm gonna work on that. Green. For those of you who are new to watching me, which doesn't look like there are any, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it anyways. I usually put stuff on the palette as I go. I don't do everything all at one time. But so yeah, that's typically what I do. So I'm gonna put some green down on the palette now for that. Hopefully I can get all the spots that I need to get. There's a lot of copper on this model. There's a lot of steel on this model. I've been trying to get away from washes. I feel like that's not going to be a thing with this model, though. Well, when I say not going to be a thing, I'm probably going to end up making my own washes is really what it's going to come down to. I'm going to be thinning some paints down heavily to perform certain actions. Or using some technical paints that are kind of on that border of being a wash, but it won't be like a full coverage kind of situation, so but I do unfortunately feel like, because this is the darkest version of this color that I have. So I do feel like it's going to end up being put down, or I'm going to end up using something even darker than, and a very thin system. Getting on primers. Yeah, I'm gonna be thinning down some browns, some blacks, some oranges, and some more minty greens. I'm gonna try to do some verdigris. I have a couple of different recipes for that. I'm gonna probably try them both on this model for different areas. I think posts that hold the plow, I'm gonna probably end up doing those in a bronze, so that's for there. And then all the copper that's coming. I kind of just painted my finger there. So yeah, that's some of the the work that I'm going to be doing. Like I said, those are going to be mostly actual paints that I have that are going to be thinned down a substantial amount. Hopefully, don't end up looking awful. Sure. Now you can see a lot of the brush strokes here, so that. More coverage there, because once again, the main thing I'm seeing, primer showing through the actual coat. Not surprising. Last stream, whenever I got to this, I was kind of rushing the whole situation. Main places I need to get this though. Down in. So get here's reference. These are also green. Feel about that. It's supposed to. Yeah, that'll be interesting when we have steel. I'm gonna try doing some of the war paints for the steel colors because I got some really dark steel to go in. And Procurl has like 2 different silvers, and that's it. I wish they had some more variety when it came to their steel colors, which I mean they did just come out with a magnesium. That might look. I haven't gotten a chance to use it. I did pick it up yesterday. I haven't gotten a chance to use it yet. So that might be something to do. What I may end up doing is I may end up mixing this green with a little bit of black and then a whole lot of water and medium. Kind of get those recess areas. I also need to get flesh tone to use around all these pockmarks because that's supposed to be fleshy bits where that comes through. I don't know why that was the decision the GW made, but it was. He decided to have a tank. Armor was partially skinned. I feel like that would be less effective, but it's also like Demon Engine, so we'll just shut up and work with it, right? Thinking maybe I should have done the side panel separate. See, but then the plow would have had to go. No. Well, that piece is actually part of the side. It's not part of the plow. So yeah, I still would have had to do the plow separate. Maybe I should have done. Separated out some of these pieces to get better coverage. But doing sub-assemblies if they're not necessary. I have a model I just built and primed last night that, looking back on it, yeah, absolutely that one is, but you know, whenever we actually get to doing that on stream, you will understand. So we've been doing some work on our custom Space Marine chapter. Rain and I have been looking at some stuff off stream. I think we came to a decision on what that color scheme is going to look like on a standard Marine. I haven't really done anything for Terminators or Sergeant helmets or anything like that yet, but we've come to a consistency on on what the actual color scheme is going to be, and I like it. She had an idea that I really liked, that I hadn't thought of, that balances it out a bit more. So that's what we're going to end up doing. This, I swear. Okay. Come back to that in a little while. Oh, I'm rubbing paint off on the back of it. Should have done the butt ink and varnished it as well. I'm regretting that now. Yeah, we've got the color scheme picked out, and it should look pretty good. Now I've just got to figure out the chapter emblem. Whenever that's all figured out, we'll get shoulders printed up. And we'll get started painting on those. I do still have some Necropolis Hawks that I need to work on. Like more than half the squad is already painted up as Necropolis Hawks. That might be next stream, depending on how long it takes to. If I'm still working on this next stream, or if I'm still not done with this by the end of tonight, it will be the start of next stream. And then whenever I finish with it, we'll move over to doing some Space Marines. Finish up the last of my Necropolis Hawks. I've got about 2,000 points of them done. Well, when I finish up this squad, I'll have about 2,000. So they could technically be used as a full force to actually play the game. Not a good one, mind you, because it's kind of haphazardly assembled as far as what's in it. But could still be used to play the game. And then we'd get started on doing on the regular Marines, or doing the new channel Marines. After that, we'll likely be started out with some of the models in the Leviathan box, or doing some models, doing some Hellblasters that I haven't. Nobody ever seems to talk about Hellblasters, but I love plasma weapons. Here. I love plasma weapons, so anytime you get to do... Oh, this sergeant could have a bolter, or they could have a plasma pistol. Oh, they're gonna have a plasma pistol. Like situations like that. Somebody has an option. I always go with the plasma. Yeah, that doesn't look a lot of primer showing through there. Eye tongue not paving, and a lot of primer showing. think this is another one of those rush panels. I think I was running out of paint. And stream had already run a little long. So I was just slapping it down. Not really. Wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. Yes. What about side? Let's go back to the panels on this side look fine, which is weird because this was like the very end of the stream. Side panel there looks fine. Done a little touch up, but it's also could just be on the there is that bug. Need a little cleanup. These treads. I for a little bit. Go. I actually painted the mortar here off stream, so it makes sense that it. So, you're done. That one. Could move on to either the steel, copper at this point. I think I'll work on. Well, yeah, I think I'll work on this. That'll be better for me, right? Definitely. Gunmetal's really pretty colors. Definitely. A little bit of grunge. Go with what the Fanatics death. Oh, stop trying to get away from me. feels a lot looser than the other Fanatics that I've worked with so far. Open. Got a little hint of gold in it, too. Oh. Crap. Alright. That. Never used this paint before, and it's already spilling out. That's awesome. That, so hard to open. Okay. Not happy. That. Let's see what this paint. Let's see. We're gonna use it on these wheels that drive the treads. It looks so similar to the bronze. Really dark. Really dark. Got some nasty grunge in it. I don't know what to call it. You see that? Yeah, it looks a little different, I guess. Not a lot different, but some different. Looks so different on the palette when they're next to each other. On the model, it looks so similar. These do not look like they should be the same colors at all. Yeah, this is going to be just used for the wheels. I'm not going to use this for the other. That. Oh, actually, as a matter of fact, I might end up not using this even for the wheels. It's so simple. But you know, I guess that also kind of makes sense. You usually see more corrosion whenever you mix metals together. More different kinds of metals there are, the more high the likelihood of corrosion setting in. So designing tanks would think of. Might see a situation of them using similar metal next, like as backwards as some of the shit in 40K is, there are some things that, some fundamental things. This is what I wanted the dark bronze. It is not a metal that I would use for a component like this. Play it out. You know what? I had a huge issue with the brute drones. Whenever I was working on those, I got to a point where I was really hating the color that I was doing, and I thought it was a complete mistake, and I almost completely backpedaled on it. But I pushed through and finished it out, and it ended up looking great, in my opinion. And some people in my in one of my other discords really seemed to like it. So I just need to push through and keep doing it. I even was talking with my the owner of my local game store. He was making that same comment. He made that comment to me. You know what? I hated it at first, but I kept at it, and I ended up really loving how it looked. He was like, "Yeah, that's how it is sometimes. You just got to power through." And in the end, it'll end up looking. So we're just gonna power through. I did have the intention of the little spokes that are in the middle of these wheels that are kind of the Nurgle emblem, the 3 dots. I was gonna do those in the copper to help them stand out a little bit, have a little bit more differentiation whenever it came to some clearly decorative things on here. Now these I don't necessarily think they would be decorative, the design. I think they do act as a support structure, but you can make support structures attractive. We used to do that with our buildings and whatnot. Now everything's just how well can it function away from the artistry. So yeah, I'm just babbling. I understand. I have to fill the silence with something. I can't just sit here and be quiet. I know there was a handful of people that hopped in and were watching me do this. I don't know if you're still here or not. Doesn't look like you are. But I have to fill the silence. I can't just sit here quiet. I can honestly if I'm off stream. Knowing that there's potential of people coming in and watching, I can't be. Try to engage with y'all as much as possible, but that doesn't necessarily look like that's what people do. Nobody's really hopping into chat. Y'all are just kind of hanging out watching, which I don't blame you. I do the exact same thing. Whenever I watch people painting, I don't really hop in the chat and talk with them. I should try to really be a part of the other communities, hang out and chat with them. I just haven't been. And that's probably been a mistake. Probably should be. One little random wheel. Guess it's treads so they don't sag well. Those are the wheels. Gear? Like that as well? Yeah. Do the gear like that. Yeah, it's not too bad. With them all being like that, they look good. Could look worse. Flip it around and do the other side. Alright. Refresh my list real quick. Did not change at all. Cool. Most difficult part of doing these. This all needs to have at least some color going back. Where you see. Brush just doesn't. Wasn't even. See. That's shattered. Okay. Do. The wrong color. I was very nearly about to put the wrong color on. Oh, there you go. I think I'm destroying the tip of this ring. It is a synthetic. Kind of what they're for. I like trying to. Feeling how I am. Stop. So. Aye, aye. Just having a lot more trouble seeing today. More people dropping out. That's fine. Okay. Realize a lot of the work I'm going to be doing on this tank today is going to be metallics. A lot of green on that wheel. A lot of green got on that wheel. Various things. Just that one. Going for the bronze. Keep wanting to dip my brush in. Causing more work. Redo things if we don't have to. Like the edges here that are like right next to the treads. Really makes sense. Come over and do those. Like it's a spot where there's a primer. It's not that big a deal. We're going to go through and paint that. But if it's a spot not primed, then it's double work. There's also a possibility of me changing my mind. Which I could see happening. But this looks pretty good, actually. They look purposeful. It is an interesting color. Might have been red. But I didn't have it when I started. Maybe if I had it when I would have used it. Because it's actually really makes sense. You look at real life too. And again, when you look at real life, you usually don't see this color armor. Just camouflage depending on the environment. Best way. Defending. Thank you for reminding me. Have. But not as often as I should be. Okay. Got the little wheels done. I think the wheels are going to be a good color. I think that color is better. Best used spare. Now, this is gunmetal. Let's do the gunmetal. Gunmetal's. It looks brighter. It looks brighter in the bottle than what they suggested is on the cover. Oh, it feels very liquidy. I usually do not hear the ball move that freely. Oh, this is very wet. Okay, I'm gonna have to be careful with this to make sure it doesn't go everywhere. Also, it exploded out. Bottle onto the nozzle. But I would call that gunmetal. Well, let's see. Do we do it on the sides? Let's do it on the chains. On the chains. Okay. Doesn't absorb into the brush the way that I thought it was going to. That's interesting. Stays down very quickly. It sinks down into those recesses. This stuff. I don't know how I feel about it, but I was having some issues with the other Fnatic because of how thick they were. I didn't really, I wasn't thinning them down appropriately. This stuff. That That could be a problem. I mean, it works out. It's not like it's awful. It sucks. Also, it's just weird about how it gets into the fish. There's no effort goes into this stuff. Really, I like the color. It's very the color is very Leadbelcher. I have not found an equivalent in the Pro Acryl. This stuff flows better than Leadbelcher does. That's just it's gonna take some adjustment getting used to that. Because look, those wheels, some primer sticking through, and not like through the paint, but like where paint just did not get applied. Clear that real quick. Do these. Guess I just didn't hit the side. Remember doing them on the other side. Okay. Oh, and that dries bright. That is not gunmetal. Gunmetal is darker. That's I'm gonna have to find a way to dull that down. It was much brighter than I was expecting. Different steel color. Structure there. Okay. Do those pipes. Reference sheets are kind of far away. I'll pull up my reference to look at this. Okay, they did those pipes in the copper. They did all the pipes in the copper. They did the support for the top spikes in steel. That's weird. Why would you do that way? All right, we can do that. I'm also looking at the wheels and probably should have gone with something brighter. That's okay. A lot of aspects that I think that probably should have been done a different way than they are, but okay. Let's see what we got. That is so bright. I'm gonna have to do what I do. I'm gonna have to. That is. Not the worst thing. It's just very distracting. It's okay. Whenever I start getting the copper down, that's distracting. That's really bright too, because the copper's there on the bottom. Yeah, the copper's really bright too. So maybe this will work. Giving myself situation. So darker as it's so much darker and it dries. It's so bright. I know That grip does not feel good. Really don't want to drop it. This. Now the trick is trying to get that little bit of steel out completely, getting it on. This is not brush for this. That's some really good coverage, but it dries so. Not expect it to dry as. Gun. Always expect gun deeper. That's pipes are supposed to be copper. I know a lot of this. And it's supposed to be copper. Those pipes are supposed to be copper. Look at that gear. This gear. Round. Gear itself. Look. Yeah. Make sure I do that on the other side. Put the port braces there, the chains. It's on the plague skewer. This pipe. Oops. That. Hi. These supports are supposed to be steel. I'm gonna have to redo. No doubt in my mind. I might possibly smaller. Oh, good. I'm not gonna be doing any photos. Don't technically have to come back in here after the fact. I can clean up the green if I screw it. That's gonna happen. But like I just did. But as far as like the copper on the underside of these, don't know what to call those. But as far as like painting the copper underneath that, I don't see that. This invites more opportunities. Green, you and B, we do this steel color, which is not what I would describe as, but should do. Definitely rust effect under. I definitely should apply some rust effects. These would 100%. So, oh, got a lot of the green there accidentally. Brace. That's fine. I was expecting. Expected. Hey, thank you, Echo Soldier, for the raid. I really appreciate that. Welcome everybody to my stream. Okay. All right, not how I thought this was going to be going, but okay. Welcome, welcome. As you can see, we're working on a Plagueburst Crawler. Jeez. 25 people. No, it's cool, man. I totally get it. I would love to work on Agron someday. I don't know whenever I'm actually going to get to it. Hey, brother, like, come on, man. Well, I really appreciate the red there, Echo Soldier. The raid, ugh, my tongue is just not behaving today. It is. It's a great tank, and it's honestly surprisingly easier to paint than anything Primaris, in my opinion. Because those are all just flat panels, whereas this has a lot more texture and detail to it. So you don't run into a lot of the same issues with it, in my opinion. I've only been working on it for like 2 days. Yeah, that's fine, man. I can't tell you how many Marines I've got sitting waiting to be worked on. Mostly all from the Leviathan box, but a few other kits besides that. I'm actually testing out some of the new Army Painter Fanatics right now. This is supposedly gunmetal, but when it dries, it's a lot more silver than I think they were intending for them. It's all right. Come on, stop. This is getting. Yeah, you actually caught me in a time where I'm having to concentrate, focus the most. It makes it a lot harder for me to sit and talk to you guys. I would love to talk. But weird tubing. What tubing? Like, I haven't gotten a chance to actually work on that model yet, so which tubing are you talking about, man? Because that's a model I'm going to get to eventually. I just don't know when. I mean, his, like, the butcher's nails on his head? Gotta see what I'm doing. I can tell these are visible enough. Various angles, but I can't see them myself. Oh, okay. Those kind of tubes. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's like the weird thing about this thing is it's got these pipes here that I'm used to, like, on most models seeing as like black or something like that. Like they're kind of, try to draw focus away from them. But I looked at some of the reference photos for these things, and they decided to go full on copper with that. And deciding to go copper there really just kind of brings the, I just can't see. Sorry. Doing those as copper is just bizarre. I have a little bit of flesh that I need to do on this, since I guess it's supposed to, like, around like these pimple marks and whatnot, is supposed to be like a fleshy tone. But and I haven't decided what tone to go with yet. I've kind of stopped using Citadel paint, so I don't really know what color to go with, because I have really just at hand Pro Acryl. I could go dig some others off of a shelf. Stuff that's immediately on hand. Yeah. Pro Acryl is honestly one of my favorites to work with right now. Honestly, like, I just went out and bought like 18 more paints yesterday that all need to be tested. I love the Trez. Did the same thing with my World Eaters brass and red. You were dead. Yeah. Okay. I personally prefer Death Guard, but that's me. I've done an insane amount of Death Guard, and eventually have a Demon Primarch Mortarion to work on. I think down in my About section I've got older version, the Heresy model down there. That's insane to me that it's been that long since you've painted. I mean, granted, I've only been painting since like 2020. I started painting right around the time that Indominus came out. So, yeah. Get her what brands? When I was 12. That's... Yeah, I mean, I did like model cars when I was 10, so I was using like the tester enamels. But I say if you decide you want to get back into painting, get what's available. Like, you don't necessarily have to go hunting online or anything like that. If all that's available in your area is Army Painter, the new Fanatics line is insanely good. It's so much better than what their stuff used to be. Next year I'm going to paint. Do what Loco does and don't build an army. Build what looks cool. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't really play. But if you're in it for painting, just paint. Get whatever you want to paint and work on that. I did buy the Indominus set back in the day, and I still have Necrons that I have not done yet because I don't like them. Yeah. Well, jobs interfere with what you want to do. Well, if you're an American. I don't know about other places of the world. I think other places do. Yeah, in America, it interferes with everything. Prices deceptive. Citadel paints are worth $2 for 2 years. I really wish Citadel would change their bottles. I really wish they would get away from the pots and move to a dropper. Their paints would last much longer. But then, hey, if your paints last longer, you don't buy them as often, right? I don't know if there's a Spanish brand. Yeah, I don't know if Vallejo is necessarily Spanish. And there's also Scale 75 that I think comes from that region as well. They're good quality-wise, yeah. The only problem I have with Vallejo is, at least stateside, they're really hard to come by. They're a lot easier to get in Europe, but whenever you're in the US, Vallejo is really hard to come by because they don't produce a lot of it very often. They're an actual like paint brand for like houses and vehicles and stuff like that. Their hobby line is something they do in very infrequently. They'll do like one batch a year, so it's just hard to get a hold of. I know Pro Acryl's been doing a push, trying to get in more places lately. Chimera is a really good brand. It's an expensive brand. But they do a lot of single pigment paints, so they do a lot. They blend and mix a lot better than most other paints. Like I was saying, the Army Painter Fanatics came out earlier this month. Of what I've worked with them, I love them. They're fantastic. Like I said, Scale 75 is another brand that's on the less expensive side. I know I might have to look for stores. Politics. Fine. Okay, so you are in Europe. Yeah, you'll have an easier time finding it in Europe than you would where I am. My game store that I go to most frequently, they got Vallejo in whenever they started doing their express paints, and they haven't been able to restock since then. What do I not know? What am I unaware of? Why are we hating on Denmark? I legitimately don't understand. Okay. Makes more sense. I mean, I'm a Texan, so everybody hates us. Well, I understand. All right. I'm not gonna argue with that. like I said, basically everybody in my country hates Texans, so I completely get it. Then we are kind of full of ourselves, so can't really blame them. Yeah. I feel like I fucked something up. I don't know what it is yet, but I feel like I fucked something up. And I am seeing stuff that I have missed. Holy crap. Oh, did I not? No, I did it. I did some of it on this. I need to get more paint. I'm running out of paint. Oh, this is so thin. It's so thin until you put it on the palette. A little bit more. Okay. Back at it. Ah, Germanic Finnet. Y'all are saying words. I am not even gonna bother trying to pronounce these things. I get Germanic finish, but I'm not gonna try that other one. But I got a dumb tongue, so that worked out. I mean, does that count? Does 9,000 years count at this point? Oh, I'm sorry. Haven't moved that much in 9,000 years. Well, okay, all right, that's fair. When you put it that way, I guess it has more bearing. It's just 9,000 years is just so long. That is just a ridiculous amount of long. Oh, I get it. Well, you say modern. That's still like 400 or 500 years. But I guess if you're going on the scale of 9,000, yeah, 500's pretty modern. This is fucking everything. Oh, it's so gross. I keep saying this. Y'all weren't here for me bitching about this earlier, but I keep looking at this and hating what I'm doing. And I'm really just hoping for the best because this paint is so bright. I appreciate you saying that. I really do, because I am intending to enter this into a competition whenever I finish it. I don't do non-metallic metal because, again, I've only been doing this since like 2020. And every time I try, it looks like stripes. I don't know. I don't know how folks do non-metallic. It always just looks like stripes when I do it. I guess you are always your well-worst critic, huh? 'Cause I just see nothing but the mistakes that I'm making. This is not a conducive way to hold this model that is good for my wrist. Chat does help. It's nice having people in the chat. You taking the time to raid me definitely perked things back up, because I had nobody in here before. Yeah. I would... You know, I don't know that if I've tried to raid you in the past. I think I have, because I kind of recognize your name. Twitch won't let me raid yet, because my account's like a week old. I think today. I think my account is a week old today. Or maybe on Tuesday. But I have not been doing this for very long at all. Fly where I want. Yeah. Like I said, I think this is my 6th total stream. I haven't been doing this very long at all. This is my 6th stream, and I've been streaming like every other day. And you see a couple of the models that did in there, like I did Octrum, Grimscree, whatever the hell his name is. And I did a Brute Drone that are down in the About section. Well, if you got time for it, man, do it. I always support people getting in painting. I got a buddy who I'm pretty sure is at work right now that I've been trying to get to paint more. He does paint. He hasn't done it in like a year and a half. No space. I mean, you got a kitchen table? Or a coffee table or something like that? I mean, I'm again, speaking like an American, so I have no idea what you do or do not have access to in your home. Yeah, I've got a couple of IKEA drawers under my table here. Brain, what was I doing? That's what I was doing. Yeah, I mean, IKEA's got tons of stuff. Unfortunately, IKEA does not want to allow us, we Americans, to have the glass doors for their cube shelves. We cannot order that here in the States, or go into the store and purchase it. It's very frustrating. I wanted that for my to display some of my models. That's not okay. I'm not going to argue with you. You're probably right. But we're glass and Americans doesn't go. We're dangerous in every. Why the rest of the world puts up with us is. Oh, I knew I was going to fuck that up. Display cases, Warhammer. 6 of them. I did 3. You're wrong. It's not 3 years plus, it's 8 years plus. Okay, they've actually re-allowed us to have those. I found some of those actually in on the shelf not that long ago. I found some Kinder eggs. in a store here. So they have actually started letting us have those. As ridiculous as that feels to say, we have been deemed worthy again. So it was very recent. I'm not familiar with that particular warning. Okay? I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm not familiar with that particular warning. Thanks for the follow, Mastoui? We're gonna say that's pronounced Mastoui. But yeah, like I said, I don't doubt that exists. But yeah, oh, thank you for the follow, Echo Soldier. Thank you very much. Is my little guy working? My little guy is working. Cool. Thanks you for the follow, Vinecroc. All right, man. It was nice talking with you. I really appreciate the raid. I appreciate all the follows, guys. Every little bit helps. But yeah, man, you have a good one. Don't put fire extinguisher on it. I'm never gonna forget that one. I'm gonna have to look for that now, too. Because I totally believe you. Man, I cannot pronounce a lot of these things. Y'all are putting letters together. Mukthafas? I don't know how to say that. Muck? Okay. Alright, I'm feeling like thank you for the follow, Mukthafas. That is such a weird name, man. Someone's gonna have to explain the duck thing to me. Well, no, I see that. I'm just curious as to why. Because that definitely looks like an inside joke. Oh, okay. That's how you feel about it? All right. That tells me everything I need to know. The way you phrased that probably went through my mind completely wrong. And it makes Muck sound a lot more baller than you probably intended. But that's just me. Oh, okay. I'm just saying, man. That does not feel like that is how that was intended to be said, but hey, if that's the... Oh, God, wrist. Echo's been hanging out with Slash too much. Yeah, it sounds that way. That instantly made me cringe. I'm sorry, brother, but that felt all kinds of wrong. I'm gonna end up breaking my wrist trying to. I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like... Oh, it's because I am. It's because I've ignored an entire... I don't think dirty is enough to describe that one. That was a bit much. I need to look at my reference. All right. What does the back of this look like? A lot of copper right there and steel there, and I just painted on the reference. It's fine. Okay. Oh, I didn't look at that. How does that look? What is that? They did that in the green? Okay, that makes sense. Let's do some cleanup. You get some cleanup under here. So if you didn't have a space issue, man, what would you want to paint? I'm really curious, because what got me into doing all of this was like your basic old Chaos Marines. Labatt! Haven't seen you in a few days. What's up, man? Why am I doing that? That is not the color I want right now. I want the green right now. Yeah, it's been a few days since I've seen you in the chat. It's great seeing you back here. I always love seeing people return. Makes me feel like I'm doing something somewhat right, even though I have no idea what I'm doing here. Why does that look the way? So weird. That looks. Why is that doing what it's doing? Why is that separating on the model? That doesn't make any sense. It should not be thick enough to be able to separate. If any last time when I was on Instagram. Which one? I feel like the last time you were here, it was the old man. I feel like that's what I was painting whenever you were here last. Because I think you came over with the big red. Painting. Oh, the Conquest guy. Okay. Yeah. That ended up looking a lot better. My brain stopped. That ended up looking a lot better when I got the final highlights on than I was expecting to. I got the mid-tones on there and I was really starting to hate it. And it took me getting the highlights before I liked it again. It was just because it looked so ugly. I'm probably not going to do it in the red again because according to Rain, it looks too much like flesh. Like even in person, it looks really fleshy. It looked really fleshy on stream. It looks so fleshy in person as well. Even though those are supposed to be bandages. So, yeah, it's just kind of a hot mess. Yeah, I'll probably do the... whenever I get to doing the other ones on stream, I will most likely end up making them more along the lines of what the manufacturer did. Yeah, you know what? You're probably right. It probably is just the wrong tone of red. So, once again, that was whenever I was testing out the new Army Painter paints. And they do things in these, in what they call triads, but I don't know how you can call 6 paints a triad. And they have cool red tones and warm red tones. And I went with the cool red tones, and like I said, it looks fleshy. But you're right. I could go with the other set of reds, and it might look better. I didn't pick up any more of those reds whenever I was at the store the other day because they were out. They were out of so many things whenever I went up there trying to get some new paints. So this is another one of those, like, I own the full Pro Acryl lineup. I have every paint that they make, or every color that they make, and I'm most likely going to end up doing that with the new Army Painter stuff, even though I don't even sort of have the ability to store that anywhere, or really the finances to accomplish it. So, just another reason why Rain is going to end up hating me about paint, because I buy too many paints. I won't lie. I buy far too many paints, far too often. Hell, I've got the Ultra Acryl, or however they want you to pronounce that. That's supposed to be coming from Germany here in, I think in a month or two is whenever they're actually going to start shipping. That I've got nowhere to store. I want to say it's like 40 to 60 paints. I don't know how much it really is because I ordered it like 2 years ago. All right. Whenever you say things like that, I have to pull it up on my screen. How do I make that work over here? There we go. Holy crap, dude, that's a lot. Oh my god, there's so much paint that's worn off underneath. Oh god, I hate it. I don't know if y'all can see that. Can y'all see that? Yeah, there's a little spot under there where my fingers have been, where the paint is just worn away. Oh, I'm so upset. Oh, I'm so upset about that. Oh yeah, there is a cardboard robot. Look at that. Oh, I love the Mimic. I absolutely love that Mimic. I find specks of metallic velvet tone. Cloth. It depends on the cloth, man. So like the one that I've got down there, the Brute Drone, the cloth on him is, let me spin my carousel, Basilisk Red, Pure Red, and Raging Rose. Those are the colors I used for that. I tend to do a more cel-shaded approach to painting than what most people do. So it ends up looking the way that it does. I've never introduced any metallics into painting cloth. Perfectly honest, I've never done that before. I've been trying to find a way to do leathers better. Like, I have a million browns, but they still love it when I try to paint leather. But as far as cloth goes, it's like whatever color cloth I'm trying to do, 9 times out of 10 ends up being red. What I've been doing in the past has been Burnt Red by Pro Acryl, followed with a black wash, and then I will bring back up the midtones, and then I'll go with I don't know what this color is called, Bold Pyrrole Red as the highlight. Usually requires a lot of thinning, even though I'm really bad at thinning. Hello, I get the minimum paints I need. Yeah, I get a lot of models. I actually just sold off a ton of models that I was never gonna paint. Like, I bought the Ravage Star Veil Touched back whenever it hit Game Found. I got like the full lineup there, and I painted like 4 models and decided I hated them. Like, it wasn't the paint job that I hated, like I hated the models themselves, and so I ended up selling those off not that long ago to a guy who really wanted to get into the game. So that was 180 models that I ended up doing there. I still have units out of Indominus that need to get painted. I've still got I've got all of the Space Marines in Leviathan that need to get done. I've got mostly the HQ units and the elites out of, for as far as the Tyranids go out of that box. And then a bunch of other kits, and then just like on my desk, I think I have like 15 models that are primed and just waiting for me to give them attention. And I've had this model for over a year now. I got this as part of the Plague Marine Battle Force back in, want to say 2022. Could have been 2021. Not positive about that. Sometimes. Sometimes I will seal them. Most times I do not. It kind of depends on the intention of the model. Sometimes I build them and I put them on display somewhere in my home, or I will. Or a lot of times they just end up in a box because I do the whole magnet bases and a metal sheet in a plastic box. That's where most of my models end up whenever it's something like that. A lot of times I don't seal them. I actually sealed the bottom of this model, which is bugging me why so much of it is rubbing away. But I'm having to handle it a lot, so it kind of makes sense. And this particular model I will be sealing, just because there's no good way to handle it that doesn't involve touching the paint. That, and I don't do... I have to paint my own models due to painting. Oh, I haven't actually started taking any commissions yet, so I can't really sympathize with that. I do know there's a guy in a Discord I'm a part of who's just a master of speed painting. He like does an army in a day. It's crazy. He does a lot of commissions though. Just does hundreds of models a month, it seems like. I'll probably start taking commissions one day, but I don't know when that's going to happen. Because I don't know if anybody's actually going to like my painting style. I mean, y'all can see what I've got. You see the link to my Instagram. You tell me if it's worth starting to take on commissions to... Because obviously I'm going to stream them. Like, I would absolutely be on here streaming any commissions that I've got. Because, hey, content, right? And the chances of me ever getting affiliate or partner are low. At least within a year. So, yeah. I found it hard to actually paint for a while there, though. For whatever reason, I just couldn't bring myself to doing it. I get that. That's fair. I'm not great at self-promotion. I won't deny that. But that's more of I think that's more of a confidence issue than it is. Well, there's also a knowledge component to that, but there's a huge confidence component to me doing any kind of self-promo. Because I never believe myself good enough for it. I'm sure y'all can understand that. Because that just seems to be a common thread in every community, is everybody doesn't really feel that they belong. And like I said, I've only been doing this for a little under 4 years. Right? Yeah, a little under 4 years. Yeah, see, that's a very relatable thing. Being able to sit here and chat actually does a whole lot of good for me. I don't really have the ability to get out anymore because of some medical issues, so I don't really have a chance to socialize as much as I would like to, so y'all coming in here and talking with me is actually really good. Because I am more of an extrovert and do really need to sit here and talk. Because yeah, before the raid, I was sitting here talking to myself, trying to come up with shit to say, and it was not going well because finding something to blather on about to nobody is challenging. But so yeah, there's issues like that. But that's not y'all's problem. Just I just wanted to let y'all know that I really do appreciate you coming in and talking with me. Like genuinely, I know a lot of streamers like, yeah, oh thanks everybody. No, I really do appreciate y'all coming in, chatting. Well, it depends on what type of commissions you want to do. Army comms don't. That's. I believe you. I know the store that I go to, they've got a bunch of models in cases for and people like have their business card and whatnot for you to make for them to take commissions. Like I said, there's one guy in another Discord I'm in for the local shops that he pretty much does all his advertising through Discord and gets all of his commissions there just by people DMing him. He does a ridiculous amount of work. It's insane. And then he also, like I said, this is I want to make this a competition piece. I'm going to try to give it a little bit more focus, which is another reason why I hate paint is peeling off. Easy to get into forums. Yeah. I'm actually planning on creating a Discord for this. I'm going to have like just a Discord for anybody who wants to join. I haven't gotten started on it yet because I'm gonna have a buddy of mine help me out with actually getting it built up and have like auto moderators and things like that. Yeah, I wanna try to build up a community around this because I do intend on, even if I can't really maintain a great following, I do intend on continuing to stream, whether or not people are coming in or not, just because it's really good for me. It gives me it gives me purpose in painting. I really do enjoy painting. And it lets me show off my work, and it lets me talk with y'all. I really do love talking. Having people to talk to while you're painting does make things a lot more fun. More paint. I am really hating how much paint is rubbing off of my model underneath. But at least it's the underneath. Yeah, I agree. I would like I said, I wanna raid other creators, but my account, from what I can tell, is just too young to allow me to do that. I think that also will help with branching out and things like that. Having other creators come in and raid, because y'all are actually the second raid that has come in, which I think is just amazing. Especially whenever people hang around and chat. Because that's not necessarily something that always happens. I need to refresh some stuff on my screen real quick. That's why I'm not really painting. Because it's not giving me the information that I want it to. There's a lot of AFKs in the chat right now. Maybe those are just... Those ones with the zeros at the front are just weird. I don't know what those are, but... What was I doing? Pistons? I was doing these pistons. Yeah, like I said, I wanted to start rating other people, but Twitch won't let me. So every time I've tried it, it's been like, no, you're not allowed. And it looks like you're not allowed to do that if your count is younger than 30 days. I don't have the radio on. I usually stream. So that's fair. I've usually got something going on, some noise going on somewhere. No, I wasn't talking about you. No. Y'all don't understand. Y'all can't see some of the things that I can see. There's a bunch of names in the chat that begin with like multiple zeros. And I'm pretty sure they're Twitch bots, making sure that I'm not doing something I'm not supposed to. But they also don't count towards the actual viewer count, so I don't think that matters. But no. I wasn't talking about you, man. And y'all might be able to see that. I don't know. I haven't messed around with Twitch too much. I used to stream on YouTube. Granted, that was 10 years ago that I used to do that. But yeah, all of my streaming experiences was on YouTube. And I decided Twitch was a better way to go because I think it's actually easier to be seen on Twitch than it is on YouTube. That's a lot of text. I started by selling an army in an event. Played. Is that in my chat? No, that is not in my chat. Okay, you, sir. Kind of played me hard there. No, you're right. I wouldn't imagine that it would be a bot or a Twitch staff or something like that, but it's also not in the chat. Is my chat out of date? Like, what are you talking about? Oh, you're right. There is one. I didn't look at. I'm gonna ignore that. I'm gonna ignore that is there because it just completely disproves everything I've already said. I still think it's not actually there, but that's me. I'm pretty sure that's a bot of some kind, not necessarily a Twitch bot or something like that. Someone who's trying to scam people, more likely. That's the kind of thing. We're just going to pretend like that's not there. I'm sorry, I didn't finish actually reading what you were saying, Labat. Let me get back to that. I started selling an army in an event. Asked me how much made episode amount. It was the last question. I was gobsmacked and started their army the next day. Oh, interesting. I haven't gone to a lot of events. I say I haven't gone to a lot of events. I haven't gone to any events. So, all right, man. I understand. It's been nice talking with you, though. If you're gonna head out, no, I really appreciate you chatting with me. I'd love to see you again whenever when I stream again on. What is today? Thursday, Saturday. I'm gonna stream again on Saturday around the same time. So if you want to come back and hang out, then I would really appreciate seeing you again. Oh, God, I need to scroll back up now because I still did not finish reading what Labat said. Oh no, I did finish that. Never mind. I did finish that. Alright, see you later. I'm gonna pronounce your name wrong. Virencroc? 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 I'm gonna go with Virencroc. You can correct me if you so desire. Yeah, like I said, man, I haven't gone to any events or anything, so I haven't been able to like show off any painted armies. My gaming buddies are from all over the UK, so we meet up. Oh, well, yeah. I feel like that's a little bit easier. Since, the whole Games Workshop being from the UK makes things a little bit easier for y'all as far as this hobby goes. Because it just seems like that's where all of this comes from. Even other brands all seem to come from that particular area, so it seems like it's easier for y'all to get into the hobby. Oh, okay, cool. I was just going phonetically, man. You pay for the wooden spoon. Alright. The competitions that I enter are all digital, and like the one that I constantly get like third place in, it's something dumb. I don't remember exactly what he has the title be. But it's like God Painter or something like that. And you only get it for a month though. It's just a title you get in the Discord, which like I said, I always take third place whenever I enter those competitions. I'm missing something. What am I missing? I'm missing a lot right there. I can see that. Yeah, it's a role that you actually get in the Discord. So, and you only get it for a month. Like I said, I take third place pretty consistently. The competition that just ended a couple of days ago. Yeah, it's only out of like 20 people though. So, like I said, the competition that just ended for April, I did really poorly in, but I didn't actually plan a piece out for the competition last month. I was focusing on getting the channel built. I was doing a lot of other little bullshitty things. So I did very poorly in April. I think I was down towards the bottom overall, because it's a voting system. It's not like one person comes in and judges everything. It's a voting system of everybody who's in the competition. Well, it's a voting system for everybody who's in the Discord, so you can actually get a whole lot of votes really randomly if everybody decides to participate in it. Most people that don't actually participate in the contest will still come in and vote. But I only got like 2 votes last time I checked, which was a few hours ago. The actual voting ends... Actually, I think the voting has ended. I just haven't checked it. But yeah, I did very poorly this month. Which is why I'm going to try so much harder this month. Which is why I'm going with this big boy, because there's more that I can do with it. I can do more weathering. I can do more highlighting. I can make it look really good. I think I can make it look really good, and I might actually take the gold for once. I would be absolutely ecstatic about. Yeah, it's because I think I've already spent more time on this model than I did my brute drone that's down there. I think, I've spent more time on this so far than I did on that one. And I'm still base coating. Granted, I could have sped up this considerably if I had airbrushed this color on. And I'd probably have a lot less peeling if I had used a rattle can primer instead of an airbrush primer like I did. I'm really kind of kicking myself for that one, but that's true. It has been raining a lot lately. It's funny, me and my friends used to help run the Malifaux scene in the UK. Weird Games is from the US. Huh. 2 things I did not know. I didn't realize... Well, I mean, obviously I didn't know that you would be running the Malifaux scene. I did not know that that was a states-based game. I have paint all over my hand now. I need to refresh my water. Where's my bottle? There you are. I should probably drink something too, because I've been talking for over an hour now and have not had a drink the entire time while I've been talking with y'all. I should probably drink something so that my throat doesn't seize up on me. Oh god, that tastes awful. I'm not getting that again. I usually Not that anybody asked, but I'm going to tell you. I usually have an energy drink while I'm doing these streams because I have a really bad tendency of starting to fall asleep while I'm painting. So I'm trying to keep things up a little bit better. So I've started doing having an energy drink while I'm streaming. And I got this Ghost pink lemonade. It is not as tasty as I would like it to be. Now I'm looking at the label and it says sour pink lemonade. It's not sour. But that might have something to do with why the taste is so funky. I'm trying to do that. Oh, we ran the UK Nationals weird sent over their design. Oh, that's really cool. Ooh. More moisture. Yeah, that's really cool, man. I've been looking at Malifaux a little bit for the past few months. My local game store recently started selling it. They also recently started selling Moonstone. I've been really thinking about getting into Moonstone, but I don't know how conducive that would be for my paint style. Yeah, I've been looking at Malifaux. My only issue that I have with Malifaux is the size of the models and the amount of detail that they put into them. Like, they do have some pretty detailed models, but at the same time, they're so tiny and my hands are so fat that I don't know how well I could do that. I also don't use any sort of magnification while I'm painting. I'm doing this all just looking at it. I haven't used magnification since I started because it doesn't help me. I've got pretty decent eyesight. And it just doesn't. I can't. I've thought about getting some like glasses to possibly help out. I don't know what edition we're on, so that statement doesn't really tell me anything. Okay, it's on third. Okay. I know there's one shop in my area. It's kind of out of the way of everything, but they do a lot of they hold a lot of tournaments for, oh god, what's it called? Infinity. They do a lot of tournaments for Infinity and stuff like that. I've done a few Infinity models. I've discovered I don't like doing pewter models. And it might just be Infinity models that I have the issue with. But yeah, all of their models are pewter, and I'm not a big fan of that. I mean, hell, whenever I first got into painting, I was wanting to do metal models because that's what I remember my friends doing when we were younger in high school. Everything was metal back then. Yeah, that's kind of any game though, isn't it? Like, no matter what, it's gonna kind of be hit or miss based on your taste, based on their capabilities. Like, I know, what's his face? Jazza is doing his own thing, trying to create a miniature game. I've gotten some of the STLs for that. I haven't printed any of them up yet, though. Some of them are pretty cool. Others are kind of shit. So, I think it's kind of it doesn't really matter who you are, you're gonna have hit or miss models. Regardless of your game. That's gonna end up being copper, so don't fix that yet. Which, should I start on the copper now? Is that what I should do? I think that's what I should do. Or should I do the skull? I should do the skulls. But yeah, there are GW models that I really love. Like, they've had a lot of really good ones come out lately. They've got so many more that are just hideous. They've got certain factions that they just kind of ignore, and you know, 30-year-old models just don't cut it. At least in my opinion. Y'all may disagree. That's just, but yeah, they've got a lot of stuff that I don't like. They've got a lot more stuff that Rain doesn't like. Rain doesn't like a lot of their models. Like they just announced some more Age of Sigmar models that I really liked. Rain didn't care for them, but that's fair. Rain doesn't like Space Marines, which I get it to a certain extent. I like some Space Marines. I don't like all Space Marines. But are you saying something? Space Marines are boring. Yeah, that's. I wonder how does everybody else feel about that statement? I'm genuinely curious. I'm not like trying to start a fight here or anything. I'm not trying to call Rain out. I'm honestly curious. Yeah, well, see, the guy who runs the game shop around here, he's really into Moonstone and started running tournaments for it. The only problem is that he has is apparently there was I think part of the prize pack for a tournament that they're running here in the next week or so was made of MDF, and apparently that's a no-no for importing into the States. I was completely unaware, and we don't really know why, but it got trapped in customs for weeks. So apparently, yeah, you can't import MDF into the US. There was a whole bunch of back and forth that he was having about that. It really sucked. I didn't actually get to see what the stuff was. Fair enough, brother. Do you know why? Do you know why you can't import MDF into the States? Because I genuinely don't know. I know you can make it here, and it's usable, and it's the stuff you can get off of Amazon. It's made of MDF. I don't know why you're not allowed to import it. Is it just made with something? Because I just thought it was like cellulose that was packed together with glue. Or at least that's what all the MDF is. It's made here. It's just cellulose and glue. Oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, we had an issue several years ago. A banana crop that got imported and introduced fire ants to the area. They used to not. They're not native to our area, but we have a ton of them all over the place, and that was a banana crop that they kind of snuck in on, and it's a very invasive species, and it hurts like hell when they bite. So yeah, that makes sense for it to be a dust mite thing. There must have been an incident somewhere, and an infestation broke out. What is wrong with this brush? Why are you not doing what I want you? Dust mites. I'll have to talk to him about that. The laser cutter and wasn't able to send MDF stuff to a friend. Perspex. I don't know what Perspex is. I've not seen this word before. Is it another wood product, or is it more of a plastic? I know acrylic is something that can be transported basically anywhere. I don't know what Perspex is. I should get more water. That's what I should be doing. I should be getting more water into the paint. Help it flow better. Alright, I'm still getting used to using these Fnatic paints, so I haven't quite figured out the ratio to thin to. You know, okay. That makes sense. Like I said, I've never heard it referred to that way. I've just always heard of it referred to as acrylic. I've been wanting to get a laser cutter. I have nowhere to put one. Nor do I have a pressing need for one. But I've been wanting one. Rain won't let me get one, which is appropriate. Rain should not let me get one because I would do horrible, awful things with it for like a week and a half, and then I probably would never touch it again. And it would cost entirely too much money. So that's one of those. Not letting me get them is the correct decision. Now, I do have a 3D printer that I haven't used in a while. That's because I got it all dirty and nasty. Well, yeah, my 3D printer stinks like hell too, but Rain's nose doesn't work, and I don't mind it. So, that's how I get away with that one. But yeah, I haven't used a 3D printer in a long time because I accidentally got some resin on the actual screen and was a dumbass and didn't have a screen protector on it. So I've been working on cleaning the glass up, trying to get it to work a little bit better. But at this point, it would be almost cheaper to get a new printer than it would be to actually replace the display. It's an older model. They don't, so the display is not. They don't sell that model. So the parts for it have become more expensive. I've been wanting to get a different brand, anyways. But I'm trying to get it up and working. If I can just get it up and working, because I really only use it for shoulder pads and stuff like that for Space Marines. But I have a really cool model that I want to paint on stream. That is it's a great unclean one, but it's a very, very different than has more of a Nurgle look to it than the Games Workshop model. Like, so much so that Games Workshop actually threw down the ban hammer and DMCA'd them. They weren't allowed to sell it anymore after I was able to get it. So it'll be really cool whenever I can actually get that out. I just need to actually take the time to print it. And that'll be a really fun one to do on stream. But right now, like I said, the thing I'm doing right now is this guy. Getting this one up for my competition. And we're going to be working on most likely going to be working on a custom Space Marine chapter that is specific to me. And doing some work with that. That's the plan right now. And I would put up a schedule if Twitch didn't want me to do like a perpetual schedule. Because what it wants me to do is be like, oh, you're going to do it this day, this day, this day, this day. It's like, no, I'm not going to do it like every Wednesday, every Tuesday. Right now I'm doing it every other day. Why aren't you giving me an every other day option? Just, it isn't. Okay. How am I feeling? Oh, I missed some stuff. Right now I'm trying to find things that I have missed. Like these wheels. Before I really get into the copper, because I know once I start doing the copper, I'm going to be that I'm gonna have to fix a whole bunch of stuff after that. I want to get as much stuff base coated as I can before going over to the copper. And once that's done, and everything's cleaned up, then we get to weather it. And considering that it is 5 p.m. where I am, I've got about another hour and a half before I was planning on hopping off, but never bother with 3D printers as my friends have them. Okay, yeah. Movement trays. Small fire. All right. More reason for me to not own one. Because yeah, I don't need to be setting things on fire. That'd be a very poor decision. Especially living in an apartment. Like, that's gold. I don't need gold. Because I can very much see me doing the settings wrong and causing fires. Oh no, you're supposed to just stick them out in the garage and let them work, and they do what they do, right? Like, that's the American way. Set it and forget it. Oh, what are you saying? I mean, to be fair, I am really worried that one day I'm going to start printing something, and I'm going to come downstairs, and the FEP is going to have torn, and there's going to be resin all over the floor, and I'm going to have to find a way to clean that out. Like, that is a genuine fear I have. I think the problem with deep fried turkeys is that they have too much moisture in the bird. Like, if you have a frozen bird that you put into the deep fryer, it explodes. I think that's more what the problem is there. But that's also another very American thing to do. I don't know. Does the rest of the world do that? Have y'all done the deep fried turkey? Have y'all had those issues? Because that's a fun thing at the end of every November to hear about, is all the people who have nearly killed themselves trying to deep fry a turkey. Yeah. I thought that was a uniquely American thing to do. We get all sorts of stories towards the end of November every year. Someone going out in their yard and trying to deep fry a frozen turkey. And yeah, they explode. Or what they'll do, and I don't know how people don't understand the concept of, yeah, no, that's the intelligent way to do it. Well, you'll have people who will put too much oil in the pot. They'll like fill the pot all the way to the top, and it's like, yo, there's displacement. When you submerge it, that oil has to go somewhere. And so a lot of people, because the way that you deep fry turkey is over an open fire. So they'll fill the pot all the way to the brim, and then dip the turkey, and all that oil will spill over and hit the fire, and there's a different kind of explosion. So sometimes, if you're really lucky, you can get 2 explosions out of 1 turkey. As you can imagine, I don't spend a lot of time with those people. Primarily because I don't like to try to kill myself. But I definitely have family members who have done this. It's astounding. I'm not entirely sure how they're still alive. Try and put it out with a bucket of water. You know, I haven't looked into that aspect of it. I'm sure that happens. I know I've definitely had some issues myself with water accidentally coming in contact with hot oil. That was mostly a lack of forethought. It wasn't like I was trying to douse a fire or anything. It was more of just an issue of the oil was still hot and I did not realize that. And I put it in the sink, and yeah, there was a little bit of an issue from that. Burned like hell. So, yeah, that was just that was a dumb moment, but it's real easy. It's real easy to have just dumb moments. I don't think that's exclusive to me and my people. I know we're better at it. Because why would you think things through? Thinking is hard. I was not expecting the turkey fire discussion. Yeah, no, I understand that. No, I get, like, I know how to put out an oil fire. But my issue wasn't a matter of fire. Mine was water hit hot oil and therefore sprayed everywhere, and it was terrible. That was my own personal issue with hot oil. I have not run into an oil fire situation. What's really funny is whenever you're watching like a cooking show or something like that, and someone has a fire start up in their pan, and for whatever reason they think they can put it out with flour. Local fish and chip shop burnt down when the owner threw a bucket of water in a chip pan fire. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's remarkably easy to do. This paint is too thick. Why is this paint so thick? Usually not. Well, that's really unfortunate. How did the insurance company feel about that? Is that a... No, we're not going to pay you because of stupidity and negligence? Or, is it a, okay, we'll do it this once because you're stupid, but don't do it again? Me saying this like insurance works in the UK, in Europe like it does in America. Oh, really? Wow. That's intense. I am realizing that these blades on the cow catcher are supposed to be steel. I can only imagine. I can only imagine how quickly fire will sober you up. Not ever been a personal issue. I haven't really ever drank that much in my life, but the few times I have, minus the one time I ended up throwing up on a garage, but that's neither here nor there. I was usually able to sober up before leaving the restaurant with just some water. There was one time at a hookah bar where my buddies let me mix my own drinks, and I didn't know how to mix drinks. So I ended up throwing up on the garage next door. That was a pretty fun. I will never drink Knob Creek ever again, but it was a fun night. This looks wrong. Why does this look? I don't know what the problem. Ooh, that's bad. It's not looking out. Thing doesn't look. I don't know what it is. Something doesn't look. Well, I'll just continue and see what happens. And the weird offshoot conversations they end up having. Oh, God, why? Oh, man. Oh, I've done that multiple times. That's what looks wrong. It's not... Oh, it's wider than it should be. That's what the problem is. Oh, well. I think we gotta push forward. We gotta keep going. We'll clean it up later. If I clean it up now, I'm just gonna fuck it up again. Getting an endless cycle of cleanup. Oh. Yeah, fried turkeys, burning down fish and chips place. I know of a Mexican restaurant I went to for a while that ended up burning down. After spending time in the US and living in the UK, I truly believe the UK are harder drinkers than the nation in the West. I will agree with you on that. I think that's a cultural thing. Because Americans are so much more uptight about stupid things. Like having fun is bad in the US. See a lot more of that with us, of people judging you for having a good time, so that's really kind of the fault you see there. So yeah, I will agree. Most other nations are harder drinkers than we are. Unless you go out into the backwoods of Texas, in which case, if you are not constantly drunk, then you're not doing it right. I don't associate with those people, but because I would die. Did you just say something about moonshiners? Like, I can't hear you well, but I can somewhat hear you. Yeah, I mean, I guess we do have a moonshining community that... Yeah, that's an easy way to go blind. I am not in We Are Better. Okay, yeah, no, I get you. No, I understand the difference. I mean, which, no, it does end up being a better situation. Because you do it so much, you become good at it. That's how it works. The more you practice, the better you get. That and everyone in the US just drinks like light beer. What's that gonna do? I personally am more of a bourbon man when I drink, but I'd say it's been close to 2 years since I've had a drink. Not like I'm a recovering alcoholic or anything. I just don't like drinking. So, It's been a long time for me personally. I'm really hating where that copper is bleeding over onto the green, and I really want to fix it, but I know I can't. Just gonna get caught in an infinite cycle if I do that. Oh, well. Hey, if that's how you want to go about it, Like I said, I never really got in. I like the drinking age here is 21. I didn't start drinking till I was 23. I kind of stopped drinking when I was 25, which was like, oh god, it's making myself feel old. That was 13 years ago. 13 years ago? 12 years ago? 12 years ago. Math. So yeah, I've never really been a big drinker. My friends were. That was always entertaining. Could get them to do a lot of things whenever they were drunk. Get them to do a lot of things when they were sober too. Like, I don't know why I say like the drunk was not a prerequisite for that. It was just a little bit easier whenever they were intoxicated. But I had adventurous friends. I think that's the best way. They were adventurous. That's the saying. Oh, God. 18 to drink here. Most kids start a couple years before that. Well, I mean, I'd be lying if I said people didn't start drinking before 21 here. You know, a friend of a friend apparently was drinking at 11. I have not met this person, but that is what I am told. And yeah, I did have a buddy. I say a buddy. I had a manager whenever I was working at a repair shop. It's a lot easier to get served in the UK. Well, yeah, that's also true. You can lose your license really easy in the US for serving a minor. Like, it's like a one instance kind of situation. You can lose your alcohol license, so that's why you end up having that issue. No, and I completely forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I was working at a repair shop, and my manager at the time was 20. He was 20 years old, so still a year before he was legally allowed to drink. And one day, our district manager comes in. He's like, "Oh yeah, so-and-so's not going to be here today. He's not going to be back for a little while, so I'm going to be taking over." And we're like, "Why? What happened?" He's like, "Oh, he's in the hospital." Well, why is he in the hospital? And he's like, "I don't know. I didn't ask." So whenever our manager got back, which was like a week later, like, "Yo, so what were you doing in the hospital?" "Oh, I was out partying and I went to the hospital with liver failure." Like, what do you mean? What do you mean you went to the hospital with liver failure? Yeah. And it goes on and on and on and on. It's like, how do you drink so much before the legal age that you're going in for liver failure? And like, no pre-existing conditions either. Like he went to the doctor several times afterwards. He didn't have any pre-existing conditions. It was just being stupid. absolutely insane. I had never heard of somebody, like, I hadn't heard of somebody going to the hospital for liver failure because of their drinking, especially not someone that young, because I want to say I was 24 at the time. Yeah, he ended up going in for that. It was crazy. He was a fun guy. Yeah. He wasn't a hard ass or anything on us. He really didn't pay attention. As long as we did our work, as long as the till was always even, he didn't really bug us much as like you would see with a lot of other managers. And then he moved to Vietnam. And we got a new manager who really sucked. Micromanaged everything. Never understand people who feel the need to micromanage, feel that actually increases productivity. Like, no, you're hurting everyone. Please stop. That was a weird tangent. Okay. Should drink something. I really need to remember to drink stuff. Well, we've lost a lot of people. You know, I'm inclined to believe you. I don't know a whole lot about the management system for GW. But of what I've heard for the warehouse in Tennessee that supplies like the entire US, things don't go well. Which, I've worked in fulfillment. It's not that hard. Oh yeah, you did say that you, I'm sorry, I totally forgot about that. Or rather, I forgot who said that. Yeah, that's had an impact on me in jobs before. I've put up with a lot though. Yeah, micromanagers just I don't get them. I don't understand how they find that to be productive. I guess they just need to feel like they're important. Feel like they're doing something. Not saying that's an excuse. I'm saying that's a reason. I don't think that any kind of micromanagement is productive. I mean, maybe in certain safety situations when you're like micromanaging safety. But even then, like only to a certain degree. Here, everywhere. I managed to spend a full month's of wages on models before I went. Dude. I would die. Like Rain would murder. Undoubtedly. There's no way I would survive doing such a thing. Hi. Okay. I can't with this track again. Yep. There. Okay. It's not a lot better, but better than that one. A whole month's wages on models. Well, I guess the question becomes, how many models is that? How many models did you acquire that time? Oh, okay. That makes more sense. 50% discount. I didn't realize it was that good of a discount. Most places here, whenever they give you a discount, it's like 10-15%. They don't give you 50 paint. You don't see a lot of 50% discounts here. When I was working for Target, don't know if y'all have Target, but when I was working for Target, we had a 10% discount, and then if you used the Target red card, you'd get an additional. Whoop! Oh God! Did I just fuck everything up? Okay. If you used your Target red card, you got an additional 5%. So that looked so cool on camera. So yeah, you got like 15% discounts. It was almost exclusively used on food. And then other places, like I said, like the most I've ever seen an employee discount in the myriad of places that I have worked is 25% is like the top. So yeah, 50%. Yeah, you could make a ton of money on that. Change how much. Staff got a straight 50% off model kits, 30 on paints, and bigger discount on some of the big boxes. Really? Now, when you say the big box sets, do you mean like the battle forces, or like the combat patrols? Or even the new army boxes that they've started doing. They have started doing those weird army boxes. Yes. Do this one. Did I do this on the other side? I did it all copper? Okay. Not all copper. Part of it's... Well, I guess it is. I don't think 30% is enough on the paints. Like, I don't know as far as how it is in Europe or the UK specifically for you. But Citadel seems to be like some of the more expensive paints that you can get. In comparison, like whenever you start talking about like volume to cost, we see a lot high, or not a lot higher pricing, but higher pricing with Citadel than other brands. Especially whenever it's stuff like contrast paints. Oh my god, the contrast paints are so expensive. Holy crap! That's pretty good considering that was a $250 box. I don't know what it was for you. I know y'all are pounds. You don't really understand the conversion rate there. I know pounds are more than dollars. I do know that I have tried purchasing stuff in pounds before, and it has been a mistake because I've ended up paying more than I thought I was. But I think that's more of a me problem than a conversion problem. I just didn't take the time to do the math. Yeah, that definitely raises the price on it. Gotta eat up those shipping. Then again, I think Army Painter is Made in like Denmark or something like that. That's a fair way of putting it, Biscuit. Yeah, better pay is always better than a good discount. But again, depending on what you're doing, like some places you can supply your entire life for the place that you work. Having a good discount there is good, but yeah, better pay is generally going to be better. But I don't know where you're from, Biscuit. Since today has once again been another day where there's been a lot of Europeans in the chat. I think better pay is a lot easier to accomplish outside of the States, as far as like first world countries go, than it is here. Now, third world countries, obviously not. But first world countries, I think it's a little bit easier, minus China. I've been seeing, for whatever reason, China has been appearing in my shorts a lot of people criticizing the government there, which, you know, whatever. But that seems to be another one of those. You are the U.S. Okay. Well, yeah, better pay is always better here because no matter where you work, pay sucks. Python was 150 pounds in GW, 120 pounds from. Yeah, I feel like I got mine from GW. Yeah, I ended up buying mine from GW because they had so many extras, and I wanted the cool little add-ons that they had. And then I went and sold like all of the Tyranid units to a friend. Everything, like just the rank and file, not the actual big models. Because he had bought a copy of Leviathan as well. And he wanted more of the rank and file units. I'm hurting my wrist doing that. Oh. I was like, yeah, sure. You want those? I'll sell those off to you. So I made like $100 selling those off to him. I feel like it was fair. Because once again, like that box was like, I want to say it was $250. And then I've never actually done anything with the units in the box. They are still waiting for me to pay. But that's also going to be a thing that gets done on stream. Once I get paid $56. Shit. That's alright. Now you're bragging. I mean, yeah. I know I'm gonna enjoy it whenever I actually do get into painting that, and it might actually be worth what I paid for it whenever I get there. Rolling a 3 each. Okay, so here, if you were trying to buy from a game store, like a not GW, you were not likely to actually be able to get the box at all. Like most of the your game shops couldn't get more than like 2 or 3 copies when Leviathan came out, and then the actual GW stores also had very small allocations. They were only getting, I think each got 8 boxes from our GW stores. So almost everybody in the US had to order it online if they wanted to actually get it. And then they didn't do Leviathan like they did in Dominus and do the made to order whenever they ran out of copies. They're just like, nope, we're not going to do that. And I think that was more of a problem because of Dominion. Because Dominion did so horribly that it's like, no, we're not going to do made to order for these big sets. I think Dominion did so bad because so many people got mad at it. But if we were found out selling any part of it, you'd be fired without a question. Well, Yeah, because that means that they're not getting that money. A lot of companies are that way. They find out that you're selling a product that you got at a discount, they're likely to get pissy about it and fire you. Now, there are a lot of places here in the U.S., depending on what state you live in, where they can't do that. That would be a violation. But here in Texas, that is not a consideration at all. They can fire you at any time for any reason and do not have to disclose to you the reason why they're firing. That's the joys of a right-to-work state as opposed to a unionized state. Even more of a reason for a pay bump over a discount. Side job. Yeah. Like, again, just getting good pay in the U.S. is just hard in general. Because companies don't want to pay you what you're worth, but they still want you to sacrifice your entire life for them. That's what our economy is built on, suffering of the 99. But I don't want to get political on the stream, so let's deviate away from that, because that was going to get dangerous very quickly. We're lucky, only in a mini wage and NHS. What is NHS? What is that? Because I think that acronym might mean something different to us. You're saying things you think I can hear you. Yeah, I think the national minimum wage for us right now is $7.25. I think that's the federal. Is $7.25. Some states have done better than that. I believe like California's got, like, I think they're bumping to 20 over the next few years. But yeah, here in Texas, I know the last time I looked, the minimum wage was $7.25 or $7.50, something like that. Not livable under any circumstances. National Health Service. Yeah, okay. Over 21. Minimum is $11.44. Okay. Now looking at your, like, you're saying, like, yeah, like you have the NHS on your side. Oh, I figured it was per hour. Most of the time, whenever you're talking about something in that kind of range, it's going to be a per hour kind of situation. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, because I have heard things, but once again, I am unfamiliar with how other nations do things. Isn't it, like, incredibly hard for y'all to get doctor's appointments there, or is that a complete fabrication for Americans to hear? Because I know I know there's a lot of propaganda around health services as far as America goes. So many people are unsatisfied with the way that we do with like insurance companies. Never paid for any medical other than a prescription. No, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. I have heard, though likely or possibly incorrectly, that if you need a doctor's appointment, it can take months for you to be able to get one. Not easy in Germany. I had to wait like 45. That's okay. Fuck you. Where you live? I go to a dentist in the city, and it takes months. I think that's just dentists. I think that's dentists in general in the U.S. You need to sometimes, unless it's an emergency kind of situation. Last time I had to get a root canal and a tooth replaced because I got hit in the face with a pry bar. It took me 2 years to get that dentist appointment. So no, I understand dentists. In 3 days, yeah, okay, so it is exaggerated for us then. Because I've literally heard people say, oh, I need a doctor's appointment, so I have to place the appointment multiple months out. Or behind getting hit in the face with a pry bar. No, okay. I walked into that one. You got me. Okay, there is a story. Because it's not like somebody else hit me in the face with a pry bar. I hit myself in the face with a pry bar. It's not a great story. I'm going to go ahead and tell you that. It's not exciting or anything. No, what ended up happening was I was working in a tire shop. And it was towards the end of the day. And I was working on a tire that wasn't coming off the wheel. It was being very, very difficult, so you have a pry bar you have to work with. You can wait for an operation for a couple of months. If it's not an emergency. Okay, that's fair. So yeah, I was trying to get a tire off of a wheel, and the bar, whenever I was trying to do it, the bar ended up slipping. Like I'm prying it down, and the bar slips, and the bar comes up and smacks me across the face, and basically shattered one of my 2 front teeth. And so I go into the office to the manager with my face bleeding. Yeah, no, I know this is a stupid story. I go into the office of my man. Like I said, my face is bleeding. I'm holding half of my tooth in my hand. Because it didn't knock it out of my face, like it just broke it and shattered in my mouth, and so I spit it out. I go in like, yo, this happened. And his response was like, all right, we'll get the process started. And like the reason it took like 2 years was because I had to fight with workers' comp about getting it done. Because they're like, oh, well, we need you to go to a dentist and get it looked at first. And then we'll decide what we'll cover. And I'm like, what do you mean you're going to decide what you're covering? You're going to cover whatever fucking expense it takes. So I go to a dentist because I have to find one that accepts workers' comp, one, which is incredibly rare, apparently, to find a dentist that will accept workers' comp. But I find a dentist, I go in, and they look into it, and they're like, okay, we're just gonna have to reshape your tooth and give you a crown. Okay. So they send the report to workers' comp, and they drag their feet. And they drag their feet so long, the root of that tooth starts to rot in my head. And I'm sure you can imagine how that felt. So I have to go back in and get it looked at again. And whenever I go in and get that looked at the second time, the price goes up incredibly. Like, I think the price went up like another $2,000. And so they drug their feet a little bit longer while I've got a tooth rotting in my head. And eventually they're like, okay, we approve everything. Go ahead and get it taken care of. And I went in, and it was like a 2-week process because they had to send out to get the crown shaped to my face. And because of the particular place that it sat and the way they had my bite happened to fall at the time, I could not get a metal backing for it. I had to get a full porcelain tooth. So that was my experience with the pry bar to the face. Could be lamer. At least you didn't chip your tooth chewing on your nail. Biscuit? Are you outing yourself or someone else you know? Because, How tough are your nails? That is insane. Do you chug biotin? Because, like, hearing that someone's nails are that tough, that's crazy to me. Dentist was able to reason out that my top tooth hit my bottom tooth. Oh. Yeah. That makes sense. I have had friends that broke their teeth when trying to make out with somebody. So yeah, I get that. Teeth can destroy other teeth pretty easily. Yeah, no, I have a friend that went in for a kiss, and they're gonna be mad if they ever see this stream and figure out who I am. Lots of dentists are moving over closer to that here. What? Well, my brain. Lots of dentists are moving over closer to that here now, but you would have gotten that sorted within a couple of months via the NHS. No, I believe you. No, the reason that it took so long literally was because workers' comp wanted to take as long as possible to try to find a way that it was my fault, that they could purely blame me and not like as though I was doing it on purpose rather than it being an accident, so that they wouldn't have to pay for it. Like if they could prove that I had done it on purpose, or if they could prove that it wasn't like a real injury, then they wouldn't have to pay for it. And so you find that with a lot of companies in the US that are either, medical insurance or vehicle insurance or any kind of insurance. They want to see if whatever they can do to not have to pay for whatever's going on. If they can find a way to blame you for whatever reason, oh no, you did this on purpose, or no, you're not actually as injured as you claim to be, they will do everything in their power to deny you. So that was really what it came down to. They were trying to prove that they wanted to prove that I was not injured. That was what they were looking for, that the injury was fake, or that the injury did not occur on the job, that it occurred somewhere else. They were trying to find something like that, and that's why they were refusing to pay. I feel like you're giving all the good reasons why we need national health care. Sure, there may be a delay with public funded health care, but with insurance there will always be a delay or shenanigans. Yes, I agree 100%. I hate the insurance industry in almost every regard. Like, I'm having to change insurance companies all the time for my car because they will randomly be like, oh, well, even though you've been a good driver and you haven't gotten any tickets or any accidents or any claims made against you, we're going to raise your bill $100 a month every 6 months. And you're just going to have to take that because you can't have a car without insurance. I don't know if that's necessarily a requirement where you are, Biscuit, but that is the law here in Texas. Is you're required to have insurance. Yeah, my wife had her teeth smashed in a car accident, and the insurance stepped in before her insurance would. That's easy to me. That's absolutely crazy. I mean, I used to have, I don't know if I do anymore. I used to have really good coverage on my insurance as far as other people go, and that, like, for medical necessities and whatnot in case of an accident. I think I still have the same coverage with the company I'm with now. But yeah, and Texas does not believe in public transportation or having walkable areas, so no car is not an option. That is a very true statement. Public transit is basically non-existent in Texas. On a plus side, the money went to us instead of... Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's really nice. That is 100% not how that would work here. It would go to whomever the provider is doing the service. More times than not, it'll go to the provider of the service rather than the actual person, because they're the ones who make the actual claim. Like, yeah, you're gonna inform your insurance, hey, this happened and I need this. But the people who perform the service are the ones who make the actual claims. So there's that aspect, and there's always like deductibles and whatnot that you may have to pay directly to the provider before the insurance will do it. Like right now, there is a possibility of me needing spinal surgery, and we have to meet a certain threshold before our insurance will actually pay for it. Hell, it took us 2 months just to get a scan to even look at my spine recently, because in order to do it, we were required to have a prior authorization, which I think is just the dumbest thing. That any insurance would have to say, yes, you can do this, and a doctor asked you. But, yeah, we had to fight with the insurance about getting the prior authorization for me to get my scans done, because they felt the doctor had not done enough treatment, even though I'd been getting treated for it for over a year. I've been receiving all sorts of different treatments, so they're like, hey, we want to do a scan to make sure it's not a problem in your spinal cord. And the insurance was like, no, you haven't been treating them long enough, because I had just started with a specialist, is really what it was. It was a specialist that I had just started with. I'm like, no, they haven't been receiving enough treatment, and they had to prove that the other specialists I had seen, and then my regular physician, had done their due diligence before they would authorize even just a real simple scan. Absolutely insane to me that insurance companies have that kind of power, and you can't get the service that you need because they're just like, no, we don't think you've done that. It's like, you're not the doctor. You don't know. Because I'm actually getting some pretty decent doctors. The specialist I just started, he's really good. He's a really good guy. But they wanted to argue. They wanted to say, no, you haven't done enough treatment. Absolutely can't stand the health insurance agency. I'm so glad it's not like that here. I have angina. I don't know exactly what angina is. I just know it's serious. And it's, oh, so you need this. So, okay, yeah. That's how it should be. Like, you should be able to, like, hey, I need an appointment. And so it's like, okay, we'll see you. And then, like, or, hey, this medication's not working as intended. Is there another drug I can be taking? and it should be a fairly simple process, but it's not here. It's just not easy. And another thing is like I have a medication that I've been prescribed for a few months now. It was prescribed to me back in January. I haven't taken it since February because I just can't get the medication. I finally found someone who can get it for me, but I can't get it till next week. That's really supposed to help me manage my sugar levels because I am a type 2 diabetic. So my sugars have been kind of massively out of control for a few years now because, I'm extremely overweight, and then I have this other condition that's preventing me from being able to do any kind of exercise. So it's not getting any better. Like, my weight's not getting any better because I'm not doing a whole lot of movement. Oh, okay. Ooh, that's super serious. I didn't realize that's what that was. Like I said, I've heard the term before. I just didn't know what it was. I'm sorry, man. My condition is not that severe. I'll just go ahead and say that. My condition is, I'm just in essentially constant pain for unknown reasons. That's just what it is. I'm in pain because I'm in pain. That is the diagnosis I have gotten. That's why I say that my new specialist is looking into some more things that could be possibilities, because it had never been brought to our attention that it could be a spinal cord issue that I'm having. No one had, like, I'd gone to a few doctors and none of them have come up with that theory. And then he said it, and I was like, yeah, no, that makes sense. It makes sense that it could be that, yeah. Why has nobody else thought of this? Like, I've had surgeries that, granted, did save my life. But they, like, in an attempt to solve this problem, like, I've had a surgery a couple of years ago, not a couple of years, a year ago, a surgery about a year ago, that they were hoping was going to solve my problem, and it didn't. Now, it did keep me from dying because it was going to result in death if we didn't catch it when we caught it. But it didn't end up solving the problem. So what they ended up doing was, because I know people are gonna, I had gallstones that were, they said they were 1.5 centimeters in size. Now, for our Americans, I know you're not necessarily going to understand that. That's a little over 1/2 inch for we Americans. But yeah, it was 1.5 centimeters sized gallstones. And if you know the size of your gallbladder, that's substantial. And I had multiple of those. So the fear was, whenever they found them, was that they were going to perforate my gallbladder. And that was, that would end up killing me very quickly if that had happened. So, so they went in and they carved that out. Now, they left part of it in because apparently my liver, it was like too deep into my liver. It's not like a very serious issue. It's just like some of the ducts, some bile ducts were had to be left behind because they were too deep into my liver, which I at the time had fatty liver disease. I've gotten past that now, but at the time I did, so that could have had something to do with it. But anyways, yeah, they had to leave those ducts behind, and when they removed it, they had a whole lot of trouble. They were really worried about some issues because of how it was presenting at the time. But we came out of surgery, and apparently I was struggling to wake up from the anesthesia. and they would not give me any painkillers until I fully woke up from the anesthesia. Angina is controllable with correct meds, and I'm waiting for a couple of surgeries to help. Oh, that's good. Trying to control constant pain must be a nightmare. It has been a 3-year fight. Late 2020 is whenever it originally developed. So I went to a doctor. I managed to get an appointment, which, during the height of COVID, that was really fun. But I went to a doctor about it. That's when I got diagnosed with diabetes. That's whenever they first saw that I had gallstones. They weren't really a concern then. They were only like a millimeter or two at that time. So they weren't really concerned. They're like, hey, you have these, so they could be causing some discomfort. But, and the pain went, it just kind of faded for a little while. And then it came back real hard. Back in December of 2022, it got real bad. Took myself to the emergency room kind of bad. Because I thought at that time that my appendix was about to explode. That's what I thought was happening, was that my appendix was bursting. I was wrong. My appendix is fine. There's absolutely nothing wrong with my appendix. But that's what I thought was happening based on the location of the pain. And so they took like an ultrasound, and they're like, oh yeah, you have gallstones that are a centimeter and a half large. And I was like, the last time I heard about this, they were only like a millimeter or two. That's concerning. And then so they scheduled me for a surgery, and we got that taken care of. And then I've seen about 4 doctors now about my pain, because it doesn't go away. Like it'll quiet down. It'll get to tolerable levels. We've actually found a medication that makes it much easier to live, which is why I can talk with y'all so easily, and I'm not just constantly curling over in pain. We have found a medication that helps. But it doesn't help for very long, and it doesn't make the pain go away. It just makes the most severe aspects of it just quiet down a bit, so I can actually live a little bit. But like I said, my new doctor he's got a few theories about what he thinks the pain could stem from, and is having us go and do things. Like, he had me go in and get an MRI the other day. Which, boy, did I hate that experience. But that was like what the insurance company was bitching about. They're like, no, we don't see this as medically necessary. And so they had to go in and be like, no, he's been getting treatment for this for years now. No, this is medically necessary. All the treatment that's been going through, because I've been on so many different medications trying to solve it, because they thought I was having a neuropathy. A neuropathy, for those of you who don't know, is essentially your nerves not working correctly. And there is not a defined reason as to why. It's just your nerves don't work right. So that was one theory that was the one doctor came up with. Now they weren't the kind of doctor that could do any kind of prescriptions or any experimentation on that regard, because they were a gastro doctor. They came up with that theory. So we did a lot of nerve system treatments, that none of which have panned out. Or neuropathy treatment. That's what we've done. I'm taking a drug that is made for certain kinds of neuropathy. And it's helping. Like I said, it does help. It just doesn't make it go away. So right now they're thinking spinal cord. And I might have to go in and get surgery on my spine. No, I am too, man. I'm so the day that I went to get my MRI, I also had a doctor's appointment earlier that day. And so I went to the doctor, and at that time, I weighed in at 310 pounds. So yeah, I hated that experience because I barely fit into that tube. And then all the noise that damn thing made. Why is my phone ringing? No, sorry, Scam Likely. I'm not going to answer that call. So yeah. It was they had me in there. I think it was 15 minutes they had me in there doing all the scans with all the crazy noises that thing makes. And good way to hold this. Yeah. You can imagine. Being in it was kind of like if you've seen The Descent. Some of the itty bitty little holes that they have to crawl through to get into the caves. It was kind of like that. Like my arms were brushing up against the sides of the tube. Now, granted, even if I was in good shape, I have an inordinately broad chest, so I would probably still have some issues. But the stupid little cage that they put around your head probably would have fit better. And wouldn't have been pressing into my Adam's apple the way that it was. Because that was an unpleasant experience. Having that crushed for 15 minutes. But you do what you gotta do. Hopefully something comes of that. I haven't heard any of the results back from that yet. I'm sure my doctor's gonna get back to me and be like, hey, you need to come in for yada yada. And we will go from there. But until such time, I don't know anything. I'm waiting to hear back and hoping for good news. Well, I say good news, diagnosable news, because thus far not being able to be diagnosed has been very frustrating. I've talked for almost an hour now about my medical issues. Let's see if we can derive away from that. Because we don't need to be bringing everyone down with that mess. Y'all don't need to be hearing about all of my struggles. That's not why I'm here. I'm here to paint and entertain. Granted, I've got all kinds of stories about all kinds of bullshit that have gone on in my life. But I'm sure everybody has stories, so I don't know how interesting mine will be, you guys. Oh, God, I need to remember to drink. Throat's getting scratchy again. You know, it doesn't help that, like, it's a horrible day for allergy-wise. Same here. I'm 6'5". 25 stone? Is that what that's supposed to be? 25 stone? That's a lot. I'm not used to seeing stone. That's why I say. That's why I ask. I'm used to seeing like kilos and pounds. Well, you're not going to get an answer from Rain because Rain has gone to do something else and is no longer in the office. I believe, and I'm going to speak for, and I'm probably going to speak out of turn. I believe, like, it's more of that because they're so simple and because there's so many of them. Like that's one problem I have with Space Marines is there's not enough variation to them. That's mostly what's meant by. God damn it, I keep doing that. That's mostly what's meant by boring, is a lack of variety. Like, what was it? You had the missile launcher Space Marines that came out a while back, and it's just like, oh, they're just assault intercessors with missile packs. That's all they are. They're not anything new and interesting. You know, you have the Infernus Marines that came out with Leviathan. Like, you're just assault intercessors you're just intercessors that have flamethrowers. It's, yeah, see you understand. It's they're all like, they keep calling them something different based on their weapon packs, but it's still all the same. Like, even like the Gravis armor. Like, I like my Gravis Marines. I like the big chunky Marines because I'm a big chunky dude, and it just I like tanky things. So like the aggressors are one of my favorite units. I thought I had a squad of aggressors on the shelf. I'm wrong. But like, you have the aggressors that have like the Gravis armor, but then you also got like other Gravis armor units that it's like, oh, it's the same thing. It's just a different weapon loadout. And that's really what makes Space Marines boring, quote unquote. Because there's so much the same. It's not like Tyranids, where basically every unit is unique in some fashion, because they're all little different bioforms. Yeah, you know, so whenever you start breaking it up with some of the Xenos, like, yeah, the orcs are really similar. Whenever you talk about like rank and file, but then like you have your regular orc boys, but then you have your Beast Naga boys, and they're pretty much the same unit rules wise, but they're unique. Like the Beast Naga boys, like it's 10 dudes that have some variance to them, whereas your regular boys are still different enough. Like, yeah, they're a little bit more customizations there, and they're a little samey in the same box. But then you've got like Gazgul, who's a really fucking cool orc, and then you have the Killicans that are really cool, and things like that. Like, it's just, there's so many. The Xenos are given so much more opportunity, visually speaking, that is just not given to the Space Marines. The Space Marines, they all have to look the same. And it doesn't really matter what chapter they are. I mean, yeah, like you can do your paint scheme however you want, and that can look really cool. But at the end of the day, they're still Space Marines. I wonder if we will get add-in sprues for different chapters, like the Black Templars. We have stuff like that. I don't know how available they are, but like, you have they're sold separately. But Dark Angels have like their own sprue that you can get for specific things there. The Raven Guard have their own custom sprue. Now, you don't get the custom sprue whenever you buy the Raven Guard box for some stupid reason. Whereas you do with a lot of the other army boxes, but we don't talk about that. But yeah, like there are add-ins for, like, hell. I was at my GW store the other day, and they had both a Blood Angels and a Death Watch sprues just on the shelf for people to buy. Much more things than just shoulder pads. Well, okay, okay. Whenever you put it that way, yeah, you are definitely correct. Like those add-in ones do mostly just do shoulders. Some of them, they've also got a handful of replacement heads and like 1 or 2 chest pieces. So, but you're right, they are just mostly shoulders. I hadn't considered that. I know. I know if you go into onto certain websites, you can get replacement bits or things like that to print that the Games Workshop is not happy exists and are constantly trying to take down through DMCA. But there is always that route you can go. Now, I know they also made a rule set that, at least a tournament rule, that you can't have any 3D printed parts on your Space Marines. I think it's just a dick move. I have seen pure plastic intercessor space wolves with new chest plates. Well, yeah. Oh my god, it's so bad. It's straight up peeling. Yeah, you're right. They have had kits like that. I've seen that. I've seen that in stores, and not GW stores. Like I've seen that in game stores, where they've had stuff that's like specific units for specific chapters. I don't know that they make any of those. To be perfectly honest, I don't think they do. I could be wrong, but I can't say as I've seen anything like that lately. Granted, all the stores in my area, including the Games Workshop stores, have been having a lot of trouble getting GW product that's not like the brand new stuff coming out. Like any of the stuff that you would typically restock or anything that's like old stock but still like current product. I've seen a lot of stores having issues getting their hands on that. It's really kind of sad. But yeah, that's just here. New kit's not available yet. We are expecting. New kit's not available yet. We were expecting. Oh, okay. Sorry. I read that wrong the first time. No, you're right. You're right. There was a lot that people were expecting and hoping for. Things like that. And then GW dropped the ball. They didn't introduce replacement kits. They're mostly concerned with new units and new factions, from what I can tell. Because, like I said, you had the missile launcher boys who were just so dumb. Like, I'm sorry, they looked so stupid. But you had them for like that came in an army box, and then they had their individual release, and I have honestly never seen them since. Yeah, no, they're hideous. I hate them. But yeah, like there was like a 2-month period where you could get those, and they've disappeared here altogether. Again, the Infernus Marines, like they came in Leviathan, and then they had their individual release. I have yet to see them on the shelves since the initial release sold out. You had the Cadia box that came out, and then after it was sold out, I legitimately have not seen the individual kits for those show up. Like, I know they had their own separate kits released. I have not seen those show up because my game store was supposed to get. They were only allowed to order 2 boxes of the individual kits that came out for Cadia, and then I don't know that they ever actually arrived. And if they did, they sold them immediately. There's a lot of guard players in my area. They sold well until they were nerfed. Yeah, well, everything keeps getting a nerf. Like Votan came out overpowered, and then took 2 or 3 nerfs and disappeared from the shelves altogether. People just are not buying. And again, they're not getting restocks. A buddy of mine plays Votann. He loves them. He likes the rule set. He's from Montana, so he happened to be in town whenever he decided to start up this army, and we had to go to several different shops to get him enough to do even just like 1,000-point army. So, yeah, it's not so much they were sold and then they nerfed and they don't sell anymore. It's just that it almost feels like they produce them till they sell out. They produce enough to sell out and make a profit on them, and then it almost feels like they just stop producing them altogether. I don't know anybody else's experience. Like I'm sitting here talking with you, yeah. Like you're seeing issues. I don't know if like Biscuit is seeing problems where they're at as far as like stock goes, or if they've even paid attention. I'm not going to speak for you. I'm just saying, like in my area, I know people are having tons of issues getting product. In fact, they're having it's basically impossible for them to get anything Citadel, like spray paints, paint pots, anything, glue tools, anything that's Citadel branded is basically impossible for anyone to get in this area. It's not directly GW. Like I've even got some new places that are opening up in the area that are able to get like product to launch their stores, but then they're not actually carrying any of the paint because they can't get any paint. In the UK, some things can be out of stock for a couple of weeks, but we get it back pretty quickly. That's absolutely 100% not the case. If I was to buy anything, if I was to go to my LGS and buy anything that they have on the shelf that is Plague Marine or oh god, why can't I think of it? Or World Eaters or anything like that. And I specifically say those because I do a lot of Chaos. If I was to get any of those from my LGS, they would not be able to get restocked, period. Like they have straight up told us they cannot get restocked on basically anything Chaos right now. And it's really sad to hear them say that, because it just means there's that many more things that I am not able to buy, because I basically refuse to buy directly from GW because of a lot of the practices that they've had lately. I'll buy from my LGS because it's like, oh yeah, this stuff is already paid for. It's like, yeah, I know I'm perpetuating the problem of you like buying these things because I'm buying them from you. But there's been so many issues supply chain wise with GW here in Texas. And I think more places, because like we just have like the one central hub in Tennessee. I think it's for like most of the US that you just, once something sells out, good luck getting more of it unless you want to go directly to the website. And like I said, I don't want to go to the website. One, I hate their website. And it's not like the redesign or anything. I hated their website before they redesigned it. Because they don't seem to understand signal strength and server integrity. But that's neither here nor there. Like I've always hated Games Workshop's website. Like when it was Games Workshop, I hated it. Now that it's Warhammer, I hate it. It's bad. We're lucky that we have 5 big online retailers in the UK, so we see small undercut price wars. Yeah, we don't really have a lot of online resellers or anything like that. It's mostly like there are, like I want to say like there's Valhalla Games, but that's an LGS in I think in Wisconsin, but I'm probably wrong about that. But there's Valhalla Games, which is an LGS that happens to sell online. And then there's Michigan Toy Soldier, which again is an LGS with an online store. Like, we don't really have dedicated online resellers that you can really reliably get product. And again, you can't necessarily rely on them to get product anyways. What's his name? When Orican the Diviner came out, got his new release, I went to my LGS and I was like, hey, I want one of those. And I'm like, oh, well, they're all reserved right now, so we'll see if we can get you in on the next wave. There was never a next wave. They got their initial stock, and they've never been able to order more. Like, it's not for a lack of trying. It's literally they've never been able to actually place an order to get more. The online resellers all have to have real LGS stores in the UK to be able to sell online. Oh, well, okay. Okay, that makes... Well, then maybe that's just the case here in the States as well. I don't look a lot into that aspect of the business, if that makes sense. I just see some of the new practices that they've decided to make, like having a 6% bump in price. Like, hey, we're gonna bump the price up 6%, or we're gonna increase the cost of combat patrols this much. Immediately after reporting record profits. Like, what do you mean you're increasing your price, but you're already admitting that you've made more money than you've ever made before? Like, it's things like that. Those are the kinds of business things that I see that GW doing. I really disagree with. Like, you can pay $60. Why is there hair? You can pay $60 for a squad of the hair is still there. What the hell? Get off my brush. What is happening? Yeah, you can pay $60 for a squad of Marines. Oh, sorry, you said something. GW do a lot right and 90% wrong in my opinion. Okay. Yeah. Like I said, like I was trying to say, $60 for a squad of 10 units, or you can pay $80 for one unit. Or $150 for this one unit. Yeah, he's big, but it's still $150. Or you can pay $150 and get an entire combat patrol. Like, what is this pricing structure? It does not cost you more to make these larger units, because in a lot of cases, like, they're the same number of sprues, or in the case of like the Demon Prince, less. And still end up costing more. And it's like, oh well, it's it's the price in the game. That's not how you should be pricing these. Because then it becomes predatory towards the hobbyist, rather than like, oh yeah, it costs this much because it's a more valuable unit in the game. Well, I don't play the game. Why am I still paying this much higher price? I don't know. That's my opinion. I don't know if anybody shares that opinion. That's why I do basically all of my purchasing through my LGS, because I have no problem supporting them, and I know that inadvertently, or rather indirectly, that's supporting Games Workshop, but it's more important to me to support my local shop, because I want them to survive. I like the people there. I like the community that they've created, and like I've gotten more into the hobby because of the people I've met through that game store than whenever I ever would have just by myself. Well, I want to see them succeed. And so, yeah, if it means buying some Games Workshop products, it means buying some Games Workshop products. I mostly buy paint. I just spent $150 on paint yesterday. None of which I've used on this model. But, yeah, like I said, I constantly want to support them. And that's what matters to me, and that's what I think should matter to everybody. Your local stores are gonna be bred by the community. Like, absolutely, you should want to support that. I went off on a wild tangent there. I don't mean to complain. Yep, I understand that pity we don't have that many small LGS. Yeah. Well, it's the big companies just want to smother them. It's like they don't want them to be in business. They really don't, because the more money you spend at an LGS, the less money you're spending directly with them. They make marketably less money by you buying your products through somebody else than you do directly from them. Because, like, again, you know, say I have one LGS here that they sell at GW pricing. They don't give any kind of discount or anything like that. They sell at GW pricing. But that also means that GW is not making that money on that unit. They're making their wholesale value. And because that allows the LGS to make a profit on the stuff that they bought. But if you buy directly from W, that much more money goes into their pocket. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're seeing supply issues here in the States, because we allow that here. We allow companies to get away with a lot more than you would other places in the world, because y'all have regulations and standards and things like that. Whereas we would rather enrich companies at the expense of customers. But again, we're starting to dive down a political minefield, so I will just leave that at that. Like I said, if we want to, I don't mean to bitch and moan about all this stuff. It's just I'm really good at complaining. The same 5 big on resellers sell so much that starting an LGS is so hard to make money. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I understand what you're saying there. I can see that being a problem. We have a chain of LGSs here that just sprung up out of nowhere. I say sprung up out of nowhere. Maybe I just started paying attention and noticed them. But yeah, there's this place near me. So, like, I found I was like 4 or 5 cities over, and I found a shop, and I was like, oh hey, look at this. There's this neat little place I've never been to before, and I've never heard of. Let's go in and check out. And we found some stuff there. Like I said, they had a pretty good stock. And then the other day, we were out running some errands, and we found a few more of them. And it's like, wait, whoa! I didn't realize this was a chain. I thought this was just like a one-off shop. And no, it's this chain of LGSs that sells a little bit better or a little bit cheaper than the place I usually go to, which is a little distressing, because as people learn that, they're obviously going to want to go and get the better deal. Now, granted, the place that I go, my shop that it's like right down the street from me, and I really love these guys. Their main focus is actually table time. They charge you for the table and how long you're going to be there, and all that kind of stuff. That's their main source of income is people coming in and playing. They got a whole bunch of tables, a whole bunch of terrain, that people can come in and spend some time. And it's not terribly expensive. But that's the main focus, is actually is actually selling people time rather than product. They do have like a small like retail shop out front. But the main focus is actually getting people to play at the tables. And they run tournaments, and they have their own Discord where you can go and you can set up a game and meet up places or sell off stuff that you're... we're seeing more board game cafes popping up, but they don't stock miniatures. So, yeah. We're not seeing... well, I'm not personally seeing a lot of like board game restaurants or board game bars or stuff like that. There are a few. I'm not gonna say there's not. But we're not seeing a whole bunch of like cafes and stuff popping up. I've personally wanted to start. I wanted to open up my own hobby shop slash burger joint, but I have no business knowledge. I have no startup capital or anything like that. But oh man, but it's absolutely something I want to do. I wanted to have like a full out hobby shop, like board game section, plenty of tables that people could play at, and then an attached restaurant that you could like order stuff from, like have like a little panel built into the tables, like a little touch panel built into the tables where you could place an order and have food delivered to your table. That's what I've wanted to do, but I don't have, like I said, I don't have any startup capital or any real business knowledge so that I could go get a loan or anything like that. So it's a dream, but an unlikely reality. But I think it would be a lot of fun to do something like that. And I would want to carry, like different paint lines, miniatures, all that kind of stuff. And not just like board games, so that you could have even more of a community. I need more paint. Like I said, that's just a dream of mine. We're probably going to be cutting the stream here soon, guys. As I said much earlier, Twitch does not let me raid yet. So I'm gonna pretty much put some paint down on the cannon, the little tri-cannon on the front of this thing, and we're gonna call the stream there. I would love to see y'all again. I'm gonna be streaming again on Saturday at 2:30 Central Time. For my European friends, I think that's I believe that is 20:30 GMT or 8:30 GMT, depending on if you do 12-hour clock or 24-hour clock. I could be wrong. It might end up being 21 or 19. I don't know the conversion, because I thought the time zone here was a 6-hour difference but it looks like it's a 5-hour difference. Not positive about that. Yeah, absolutely, man. Like I said, I'm gonna finish up this little band on this cannon real quick, and then I'm gonna be signing out. I would love to see y'all again. If you have not already, please follow that. I'm looking to try to get to affiliate. I want to try by the end of the year. I don't see it happening, but I would love to make affiliate by the end of the year. And y'all following is the way that I get there. I'm gonna do my best to stream consistently. Right now, the schedule is every other day. I know some places, like AC Miniatures, he rated us last week, and that was a godsend. I know he streams 2 days a week. I'm trying to do consistently at least 3 days a week, if not 4. Like I said, I'm going every other day. Whenever I get things in a more stable state, I will be moving to a 5 to 6 days a week situation, but that's not for a little while. Again, so yeah, I'm gonna end the stream there. Thank you everybody for coming in. Everybody that chatted, I really appreciate you coming in and keeping me sane, for listening to me babble on for as long as that I did. It was a whole lot of fun. I look forward to seeing as many as I can on Saturday. Like I said, 2:30 Central Time. I believe that's 8:30 p.m. GMT. If you're somewhere else in Europe, because I do get a strangely large European audience, I'm sure you can convert from there. It's been a blast, guys. I'll see y'all on Saturday.